All rise.
Be seated. Before we begin the cross-examination of W04679, we have two oral orders to issue. The panel recalls that on 11 November 2024, in filing F02706, the defense jointly requested leave to appeal the panel's third oral order of 31 October 2024, an oral order admitting into evidence V00008. Having heard the submissions of the parties and participants, the panel finds that no good cause has been demonstrated for the late filing of F02706. The panel therefore finds that F02706 was filed outside the time limit stipulated in Rule 77.1 and therefore denies F02706 for being out of time. This concludes the panel's first oral order. The panel will now issue an oral order regarding the release of presentation cues to duty counsel. In filing F02727, the SPO requested that the panel imposes 3 safeguards on duty counsel's access to presentation cues. First, that duty counsel be provided access to presentation cues no earlier than the start of their client's testimony. Second, that other than the witness's prior statements and testimony, duty counsel be instructed not to review any documents in a presentation cue with the witness. And third, that parties and participants should be notified of and provided the opportunity to make submissions on any request by duty counsel to vary these safeguards. The panel heard submissions in response and reply this morning as reflected in today's provisional transcript, page 3, line 12, page 5, line 19, page 5, line 19. The defense opposed the request on 2 grounds. First, the defense submits that there is efficiency in allowing duty counsel to see the material in the presentation cue in advance of the witness's testimony in order for duty counsel to be in a position to properly advise their client. Second, to the SPO's concern regarding the sensitivity and confidentiality of the material in the presentation cue. The defense argues that duty counsel are bound by, inter alia, the Code of Professional Conduct of Counsel. The SPO replied that early release of presentation cue material to duty counsel will not advance efficiency, as issues of self-incrimination, if they arise, will not arise from the material itself, but rather from the questioning. Having heard the submissions from the parties and the participants, the panel is of the view that the duty counsel should, in principle, have access to all material in the prosecution's presentation cue at least 24 hours in advance of the anticipated start of testimony of their client. The panel considers that this will enable duty counsel to review the material and to be in a position to provide informed and effective advice to their client with regard to self-incrimination matters. This should also serve to prevent undue delays during the proceedings. The panel emphasizes that duty counsel shall not in any way discuss or disclose the content of any material received for the purpose of representing their client with any third person or member of the public. The panel also emphasizes that duty counsel shall not in any way prepare or coach the witness on the substance of his or her forthcoming testimony on the basis of the material received. Duty counsel has the limited and specific role of advising the witness on self-incrimination matters that may arise during testimony. The panel orders the registry to inform duty counsel accordingly. In the event that the SBO has specific reasons for any item contained on its queue not to be shared with duty counsel in advance of the witness's testimony, the SBO shall seize the panel with a reasoned request. In the event that duty counsel requests a variation of the above conditions, the panel will decide on a case-by-case basis after having heard the views of the parties and participants. This concludes the panel's second oral order. We now continue with the cross-examination by the defense, beginning with the Vasily defense, then followed by the Thaçi defense, Salimi defense, and the Krasniqi defense. Please bring the witness in.
Your Honor, if I may.
Just a second. Let's go ahead.
With regards to the panel's request in relation to the preparation note of WO 3873, we, at the moment we anticipate we'll be in a position to provide those notes by Thursday, and we'll update you should that not be possible.
Thank you very much. All right, witness, we begin now with cross-examination questions from the defense lawyers. We begin first with Mr. Vasily's defense team. Please give them your attention. They're on your immediate right.
Thank you, Your Honours. Good afternoon, Mr. Chochai. My name is Rodney Dixon. I act for Mr. Kadri Vasily. I'm going to ask you some questions first. I want to go back, if I may, Mr. Chochai, to the beginning of the conflict in March 1998. At that time, you were based in your village, which is right on the border with Albania in the southwest of Kosovo, called Gjyqësor. Is that right?
That's right.
You were a teacher before that?
Po, isha pedagog shkolle.
Yes, I was the pedagogist of the school.
In March 1998, you were one of the first, is this right, in your village to start organizing village defenses in light of a number of massacres that had taken place in other parts of Kosovo, massacres committed by Serb forces against Kosovo Albanians. Is that right?
E vërtet. Por
That's right, but I was not the first. I'd rather say I was amongst the first ones.
You volunteered to assist with others, as you say, to protect your village in March 1998. Is that right?
në fakt nuk ka pas konflikte.
In fact, there was no direct conflict or clashes in my village. However, judging from the developments in other villages and other parts of Kosovo, we anticipated that we would face similar situations as they did.
Yes, and your village was one village amongst many on the border in a region known as the Has region, or Has region. Is that right?
Po, ne jemi në zonën
Yes, we are in the Has region, and Has is part of Prizren municipality, Gjakova municipality, and on the border with the Republic of Albania.
And can I just clarify in terms of the formation that you had at that time? I'm looking now at March and onwards into April and May. There was a loose structure which was headed up by Harish Muhadri. Is that right? He was regarded as a coordinator in your area.
Po, koordinator,
Yes, as regional commander Hairush Muhadri, not the name that was mentioned by the interpreter. His name is Hairush Muhadri. This is his name.
My pronunciation, I apologize for that. So Harish Muhadri was the coordinator in your region. And in your village itself, who was the person who was in charge there?
në fshatin tim,
In my village, Zenun Chochai was the person in charge. Now he is a martyr. Interpreter's correction, line 23 should read regional coordinator.
Thank you. And Mr. Zenon Chochai, he was Mr. Muhadri's maternal uncle, is that right?
ishte daja I Zotit Herush.
He was Hairush's maternal uncle.
And it's right, isn't it, that a lot of the organization at the time took place along family lines, family and friends who knew each other well, coming together to look to defend their villages.
E vërtet.
That's correct.
There was at that time, and I'm talking about March, April, May, that period, there was no central organization amongst your villages. You worked in a fairly isolated fashion, village by village.
Po,
Yes. As far as the village is concerned, yes.
In fact, it was very difficult to get from one village to the other at that time for safety reasons.
e sakt.
That's correct.
And it's right, at this time, there was no general staff of the KLA giving instructions to villages and ordering people in any way whatsoever.
Është e vërtet.
That's true. It was not possible for the general staff to give instructions for each and every village.
Never received any instructions during this time from the general staff or anyone in the general staff. That's right, isn't it?
E vërtet. Nuk kemi.
That's true. We did not have instructions. I didn't know, or rather, we didn't know that the general staff existed at the time.
Yes. Your tasks were mainly just focused on defense and joining the front lines if you needed to do that. Is that right?
E vërtet.
That's right.
And in respect of the training that you had, there was no specific military training at that time. You did the best you could with the weapons that you were able to muster. Is that right?
Nuk kemi pas përgatitje të duhur.
We did not have adequate or sufficient military training.
many people did join into your village defences, mainly because they were outraged at what had happened with the massacres in Kosovo. Is that correct?
Sakt.
That's correct.
But they didn't have any particular military training when they had to take up their duties. Would that be a fair assessment?
E drejtë, sakt.
Yes, correct.
Now, I want to move on from that time to the summer of 1998. There were, in this time, a number of Serb offences in your area along the border with Albania and in the surrounding areas. Do you recall that?
Po, ka pasur.
Yes, there were offensives.
Border area where you were was obviously an important one, was it not? Because that was a place where you were able to get in weapons from Albania. Is that right?
E vërtet.
That's right.
Now, you've said in your testimony to the SBO, and this is in part 1, page 16 onwards, that during this time with Mr. Hudrai and others, there were some ups and downs in the organization. You recall giving that evidence?
Could the witness please be shown the relevant portion?
Your Honor, I don't think there's any need to do that. I've given the reference. It's just one line, ups and downs. I want to ask you what he
Doesn't need
meant.
to be shown. Go ahead with your question.
Thank you, Your Honor.
E vërtet është kjo.
It is true.
Thank you. You do recall that. I wanted to ask, when you said there were ups and downs in the organization, what were you referring to there?
Po, pas çdo ofanzivë,
Well, after each offensive, the level of motivation amongst persons differed depending on their family circumstances. Some withdrew from the organization. This is what I meant.
Thank you. It's true, is it not, that Mr. Hudrai, who we referred to, Mr. Muhdrahi, who we referred to, he was one of the persons who withdrew from the organization after Serb offences in September 1998.
e vërtet.
That's correct.
So you were without a coordinator and without a structure at that time. This is after the Serb offences in September 1998. Is that right?
Në farë mënyrë ka pas zbej
In a way, there was a sort of
të tjerë,
weakening of the structure. However, there were other persons who continued the activity. I do not know specifically for Mr. Muhadri what he did afterwards, what his work involved afterwards.
So who were the persons who stepped in then in your region, the Haas region, when he left?
ka qenë Qazim Muhadri,
Kazim Muhadri,
Gasper Karaci,
Gasper Karaci, and others.
And it's right, isn't it, moving forward now in time, so after the Serb offensives in September 1998, that you decided to get in contact with Commander Drini of the Pastrict subzone in order to look to reorganize yourselves.
është e vërtet.
This is true.
You traveled to see Commander Drini when he returned from Albania in mid-December 1998. Do you recall that? You traveled to see him.
Po, më kujto.
I do, yes.
What was the purpose of that meeting in mid-December 1998?
Qëllimi ka
Could we
qenë
have a foundation for the mid-December?
Well, I've asked the witness if he recalls, and he said he does.
Go ahead, overruled.
e di që kemi shku të takoj
I know that we went to meet somebody from the zone command because we strived for a better organization and functioning of the regional staff 1000 Thaçi, and our aim was to go from the staff to the brigade.
Yes. And just to clarify, at that time, there was no involvement of the KLA General Staff in any of these discussions or the processes that you were going through. Is that right?
nuk di që ka pas
There was no involvement of the general staff, or I don't know of any involvement of the general staff in this process.
Now, it's correct, it was at this time in December, mid-December is when we are focused on, that Commander Drini asked you to join the intelligence service at the zone level. Do you recall that?
Kjo është e vërtet.
This is true, but initially he requested that I dealt with logistics simply because I was from the Has region and had the opportunity to go and ask for financial support from people from Has who were working abroad. This was the initial request of Commander Drini addressed to me.
What happened? Did you take up that role?
Jo, nuk e ka marrë për
No, I didn't take up that role.
He suggested other roles to you as well, taking on logistics. Is that right?
Po, kështu ka qenë.
Yes, that's right. This was his initial request.
And then you eventually settled on taking up a position in the intelligence sector of the zone. Is that how it happened?
Po, kështu ka ndodhur me kërkesë.
This is how it happened. On the request of Commander Drini, he proposed or suggested that it would be good if I worked in that sector, and that's why I accepted.
Why he thought it would be good for you to work in that sector?
Tash arsyet nuk e di të drejtë për
Now, I do not know the direct reasons. However, since we communicated and knew each other through a family member, I guess it was because of the trust he had in me. However, I do not know the specific reasons why he wanted me to work in this sector.
So is it right that a friend of yours who you knew a family member of his, and that was the basis upon which he decided to ask you to serve in this role? Is that how you remember it?
shoku im e njihte komandantrin.
My friend knew Commander Drini directly. He was a family of his, And this is why I think this was the reason for this proposal.
For clarifying that. When you were appointed into this position, you didn't get any formal document or notification in writing, did you? It all happened orally.
Jo nuk kam pas emrim me
I did not have any appointment in a written form. It all happened only orally.
And you weren't appointed by anybody other than Commander Drini. You weren't appointed by anyone in the general staff, were you?
Jo, jos.
No, I wasn't.
Can you assist us with who else in the zone was dealing with intelligence at that time when you were appointed?
Kur jam caktuar unë,
When I was appointed, I did not see anyone or did not have any appointment to any specific position like member of the staff or driver or so forth. Sometime afterwards, Halil Chadraku came, and a person with the last name Kabashi, and after April, a person with the name that the interpreter did not get.
It's the third person, I think it is, that you mentioned.
Peka Gashi.
Pekka Gashi.
Second person. So there were two other persons, Mr. Kadraku that you've mentioned, and is it a Mrs. Gashi? Is that right? They were the other two people in the intelligence sector after you'd been appointed, as you explained.
Po, fillimisht zonja
Yes, Miss Gashi, she is a female. Miss Pekka Gashi. I apologize, I do not know her full name. We always refer to her with Pekka. She is a woman, not a man.
Yes, and it's right that Mr. Kadraku was the head of the intelligence sector at the zone level, and she was an assistant or administrator.
e vërtet.
That's right.
And you took up your role with them from January 1999, is that right?
Faktikisht I bjen që unë kam qenë ma herët,
Well, in fact, I joined earlier, but I did not have any official appointment to the person in charge or chief within the zone.
So you started, is it not right, working for Mr. Kadraku from January of 1999?
besoj se ka qenë janar kur ka.
I believe it was January when Mr. Chadraku arrived, but I do not know exactly.
And it's correct, isn't it, that from your knowledge, before that date, before January 1999, there was no intelligence structure in the Pastrict subzone?
Në nivel të zonës operative,
At the level of operational zone, I'm not aware that there was one.
You were really from January 1999 building from scratch at the operational zone level the intelligence structure. Is that right?
Mendoj që po.
I think yes.
Now, at that time, we're talking about January 1999, you had very limited resources at your disposal to do intelligence work. Would that be an accurate assessment?
Është vlerësimi i saktë.
It would.
You didn't have any regulations on how to conduct intelligence operations.
Jo, nuk kemi pas rregull.
We didn't have regulations.
You've said already you were a teacher. You had no specific training in how to undertake intelligence work. Is that right?
Shumë e vërtetë.
That's correct.
Your main responsibility at that time and then in the months going forward was to gather as much information as you could about Serb positions, their forces, and where they might attack. Is that how it happened at that time?
Po.
Yes.
And when you got that information, would you be passing it on to your superior, Mr. Kudraku?
Po, nëse ishte zoti që
Yes, if Mr. Chadrako was there. Otherwise, it followed the hierarchy, the chief of staff, chief of zone, and then the deputy commander and the zone commander. This was the line we followed to report information.
Yes. So if you couldn't report to Mr. Kudraku, who would you report information to that you had gathered?
kryesisht domethënë
Mostly we focused the zone commander, if he was available. If not, we followed the hierarchy. Deputy commander, chief of staff, chief of the operational matters. This is how they were referred to. These were the people in charge of making the plans, determining the specifics of Serbian forces, movements, and so on and so forth.
And how did you convey that information? In writing, orally, both?
po kryesisht
Mostly orally, but also in writing. We were asked to write down specific information as to the movements, so that the operational sector of the zone command had this relevant, precise information.
By hand?
po
Yes.
What about communications? How could you communicate with one another? Was it being done face-to-face, by radio?
po në të dy mënyrat.
Both ways. Mostly through radio. Those who were not too distant were in the same territory. This could be done in person. Also, information gathered on the ground could also be reported to commanders in the nearby territory in person.
And you were getting this information about Serb positions from those on the ground, in the battalions, those who were fighting on the front line, is that right?
Po informacioni ka mujt më orë
The information could come from many persons, but in particular from tactical operational units on the ground. So people who are in charge of surveilling the Serb positions, movements of their forces or weaponry. This does not mean that it had to be a battalion commander. It could be a member or a leader of a unit or a platoon.
And at this time, Mr. Chocha, you were also fighting on the front line yourself. That was taking up, was it not, a substantial part of your daily life?
Po, on
Yes. My primary task was to be a soldier, and as a matter of fact, everybody was a soldier, including the zone commander. So during the offensives, the fighting, from 5 in the morning, which was the usual time the Serbs would launch an attack, we would be on the front line. So my primary task was that of a soldier.
And gathering intelligence was really a supplementary task, wasn't it?
vërtet.
That's correct.
Now, you've described for us how you gathered information, how you made reports of it. It's correct that you never ever provided any of those reports directly to the general staff of the KLA. That's right, isn't it?
S'kam pas mundësi si t'ja
I did not have any opportunity to convey this information to the general staff, nor was it my task or duty to do that.
Mr. Kudraku wasn't passing information directly, as far as you know, to the general staff, was he?
nuk ka mund të ketë mundësi.
He did not have the opportunity either to convey this directly. This would have required a person to travel on foot for several kilometers through mountainous areas and through areas where Serb forces were there to do that. So this was virtually impossible. Besides, the general staff was not particularly interested to know about small Serb forces' presence or movements.
So as far as you know, none of these reports were passed on directly by you or others in the intelligence group to the general staff. That's right, isn't it?
Vërtet.
That's right.
So it's correct then that that information that you gathered was not passed directly by you to Mr. Kadri Vaseli in the general staff, was it?
Unë dëman, zotin Kadri Veseli kam tak.
I met with Mr. Kadri Veseli on 3 occasions, but we never discussed these matters or issues. I do not know who met with him and when would that person have had the need to meet with him. I personally didn't.
Only for the first time at the end of March 1999. Is that right?
Po ka qenë
Correct. I do not recall the exact date, but it was after the beginning of the shelling from Serbian forces in NATO bombing in March. So this was during this time period.
Clarify that that's after the start of the NATO bombing was the first time that you met with him or had any contact with him.
Yes,
24
after the 24th of March. The NATO led force started bombing the Serb positions on the 24th of March.
Thank you. I wanted to ask you about the role of the intelligence sector in identifying collaborators. It's correct, is it not, that you never had a case concerning a collaborator that you had to deal with in your role in the subzone?
E saktë është kjo.
That is correct.
You assumed, is it not right, that this was something that, in theory, intelligence would look at, but in practice, you never ever were involved in gathering any information about persons who might have been giving information to the enemy.
Ashtu është.
That's correct.
And you were never told by your boss, Mr. Kadraku, to go out and collect information on so-called collaborators. Is that right?
Asnjëherë s'më ka.
That's right. He never told me so.
And nor did Commander Drini tell you to do that. That's right?
Jo.
Correct. He never asked me to do that.
What about working with the military police in your zone to collect information about crimes that were being committed? Was that something that you ever took up?
Asnjëherë.
Never.
Did you work with the military police in any way during your time in the intelligence sector?
Jo.
No.
Did they assist in transporting you anywhere or helping you fulfill your functions in any way?
Jo.
No.
I want to call up one exhibit for you to have a look at, please, Mr. Kochai, and that's P500 in English and Albanian. Yes, you'll see on the left-hand side there the Albanian version of this document, which is headed Statement. You were shown this by the SPO, you may recall.
Po.
Yes.
You had never seen this document before it was shown to you, is that right? Shown to you by the SPO.
E vërtet.
That's right.
The second page to the end, I just wanted another page over, please, on the English. You'll see there at the end it's a document signed by your boss, Mr. Kadraku. You see that?
Po.
Yes.
Chair?
Nuk e di, nuk jam.
I don't know. I'm not sure if that is the signature of Mr. Chadraku.
You say you haven't seen this document before, but was this issue that Mr. Kadraku is raising here, or the issues raised, ever discussed with you at the time? Do you recall?
Nuk e kujtoj.
I do not recall it.
Well, let's put it this way. Do you remember Commander Remy ever having any issues with, sorry, Commander Drini, apologize for that, Commander Drini ever having any issues with your sector, the intelligence sector in your zone? Any disputes?
Nuk besoj të ketë
I don't believe there was any disagreement or problem in our sector.
And you got on well with Commander Drini, is that right, from your dealings with him?
konsideroj që po.
I think so.
Sorry, I didn't hear your answer. I think so. Thank you.
Konsideroj që po.
I think so.
And can I just draw your attention to, on the left-hand side of the document, there's a 1, 2, 3 numbers there of places where it says done in triplicate, and then it's got these 3 listed below it. Do you see that part of the document?
Po. Po, shqip.
Yes.
General staff, and then number 3 under that, shik at the general staff. From your recollection at the time, was there any shik at the general staff?
Nuk besoj që të ketë.
I don't believe there was a shik at that time. There was the ZKZ, but not shik.
So when you refer to shik, do you mean the organization that you joined much later in 2001, which was the Civilian National Intelligence?
Po, besoj që po.
Yes, I think so. Because there was no shik at the time. At least I was not aware of any of the existence of any shik at that time, and it is not possible for a shik to have existed at that time.
Is it right that the first time that shik, which is the Civilian National Intelligence, came into existence was after the date of this statement, which was in April of 1999?
Nëse ka mundësi edhe njëherë se me.
Could you please repeat the question?
Establish some dates here as far as you can recollect. Is it right that SHIC, the Civilian National Intelligence, came into existence after the date of this document, the statement, and that was in April 1999?
Unë nuk e di që ka.
I am not aware that there was a shik at that time. I don't know when it was established. There was no functioning shik. We were ZKZ, intelligence, military intelligence and counterintelligence.
Then in March of 1999, which is when the statement is dated, there was no shik in existence then, is that right?
Objection, asked and answer.
I just want to clarify the dates because there was some confusion in the answer.
This for the last time, yes. Go ahead, you may answer.
Nuk jam I sigurt, nuk di.
I am not sure. I do not know exactly. I wouldn't know what to say.
Well, perhaps, if I may, I'll call up another document, which is 1D70, witness for you to have a look at, to see if this is a document you have seen before or know of the circumstances. This is a communique you'll see on the left-hand side there in Albanian from the government of Kosovo. This is the provisional government, and it's dated 2 April 1999. It's a public communique. Do you recall seeing this document at any time?
Këtë dokument e kam parë
I saw this document in the media after the war, not during the war.
And were you aware that in April of 1999, the provisional government had been appointed with a minister and Ministry of Kosovo Intelligence Service? Were you aware that that had happened in that time, April 1999?
do më thonë në lajm
We had our KLA radio where I heard this, but I did not see the actual document.
So you remember hearing that in April 1999?
po,
Correct.
So I just want to ask you about some evidence that you gave in chief. This is my final topic, about a Mr. Ferret Shala. You recall being asked by the SBO about this morning.
po.
Yes. The interpreter is not pronouncing the name correctly. It's Ferhat Shala.
Once again, that might have been my pronunciation problem. Ferhat Shala. You were asked about him in relation to you joining SHIK. This is the National Intelligence Body in 2001. Do you remember that?
Po,
Yes.
Do you recall, sir, that you joining SHIK was a matter that was raised with you by a good friend of yours, Mr. Skender Saluka, who you'd gone to school with and university with? Do you remember that?
po, unë shumë
Skender Salauka is a friend of mine. However, we did not discuss the matter of joining SHIK. I had a direct conversation about my joining with Mr. Ferhat Shala.
It's a matter that you discussed with your friend. Do you recall, Mr. Skender Saluka?
nuk e di nëse ke
I do not know if we discussed this with him. I do not recall it.
Very well. And when you had the discussion with Mr. Shala, this was in 2001, did you express an immediate interest in wanting to join SHIK at that time?
jo, nuk kam shpreh
No, I did not express an immediate interest or readiness, but following several meetings, I agreed.
You took some time to decide whether you were going to join up, is that right?
po, kisha probleme
I had health-related family problems, so my priority was my family and then other commitments.
And it's right that you did not know if Mr. Shala had been involved in the intelligence sector during the war.
nuk e kam ditë, nuk e di.
I did not know. I don't know.
Dealings with him in your role as intelligence during the war, had you?
Jo, nuk kam.
No, I hadn't.
Never ever got any orders or instructions from him during the war.
Shumë e drejtë.
That's correct.
And it's right, isn't it, that Mr. Vasily, as far as you know, did not have any deputies working for him during the war?
Nuk e di që ka pas.
I do not know that he had any. I never heard of any.
So you never heard of anyone, no one ever talked about him having a deputy as far as you can recall?
Ësakt.
Correct.
Churchai, those are my questions. Thank you, Your Honours.
Thank you, Ms. Tepicoli. Any questions?
Thank you.
No questions, Your Honour.
Mr. Ellis?
No, thank you, Your Honour. That's covered my questions.
We'll take a 15-minute break before we move on. Witness will be excused from the room for 15 minutes. We will endeavor to finish after the break. So thank you, Mr. Dixon, for getting through this in record time. We will take a 15-minute break now and then be back in the courtroom, so we're adjourned for 15 minutes.
All rise.
All rise.
Be seated, please. Before bringing the witness in, Judge, we need to go, you want private session?
No, I don't.
Okay. Barta had a question for the Saley defense.
That's right. Thank you very much, Judge Smith. I have a question for you, Mr. Dixon.
Yes.
In relation to one of the issues you just addressed in your cross-examination of Mr. Thaçi and was also addressed by your colleagues before, the use of the terms chic in the letter of 14 March 1999 and the difference between the terms chic and ZKZ seem to be of importance to you, and would like to ask you on behalf of the panel what your case is in this regard. Are you saying that the letter of 14 March 1999 was not written or signed by the people who are apparently the authors of the letter, Mr. Halitya and Mr. Chadraku, or that it was fake because there was no chick in March 1999?
Your Honour, that is the subject of the next witness who is coming. So if I may not preempt where we're going to go there, because that witness will be the person who will be asked directly about the document. I was simply with this witness looking to explore what his understanding was at the time, and then looking at the other related documents from April. So I'm not trying to get around answering the question. I just don't want to go into it until we've heard what the prosecution say about this document with the next witness, and then I'll ask my questions and readily address these issues, because it is an important issue in the case, obviously.
I understand. So in other words, you will enlighten us next week?
Yes, indeed.
The next witness.
As it progresses step by step, certainly do so.
That should suffice. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please bring the witness in. Sorry, any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Just a second. It's already my turn.
You can start with Jay.
No, it's fine. Good afternoon, Mr. Thaçi. The panel has a few more questions for you, which we believe are necessary to better understand your evidence. And my first question is a general one. Could you please describe the situation in Prizren and the surrounding area in the summer of 1999, after the Serbian forces had left?
Kjo pyetje e përgjithshme.
Well, this is a general question, and the situation was suitable to the time. A country that had just been liberated, it was impossible to have a good organization. Soldiers had problems, family problems, existential problems. We tried more or less to go to buildings where we were supposed to carry our duties as soldiers. I do not know what to add more than that I just said. It was a situation of a country that just had come out of a war.
How was the security situation? Were there still fights, combat ongoing, or in June 1999?
Following the 12th of June, there was no conflict because the Serb forces left Kosovo up until 18th June, but in Prizren proper, from 13th or 14th of June, there was no longer a Serb forces presence. We then have the arrival of KFOR forces, and the executive powers were taken over more or less in their entirety by the German KFOR, and I'm speaking about the Prizren area.
Mr. Gjyqësor, we heard from witnesses who were involved in the takeover of prison as KFOR or German KFOR soldiers that the KLA had set up checkpoints or roadblocks. Is that correct?
I don't think this is correct.
So you haven't seen any checkpoints or roadblocks set up by the KLA?
No, never.
Didn't have to pass a roadblock, a checkpoint, for example, when you drove to the former MUP building?
No, never.
Thank you. And we also heard from one witness, and this is also the prosecution's case, that the KLA tried to establish control at border crossings. Have you heard of that, or have you seen anything like that?
This was impossible.
To give you more details about that, one witness told us, for the record, this is at page 15696 of the transcript, that he saw the first KLA checkpoints at the Morina border crossing to Albania on 13 and 14 June 1999, where the KLA basically, as the witness said, took over the border crossing immediately after the withdrawal of the Serbian forces. So you cannot confirm this?
The German KFOR settled on the 12th of June in Morina border crossing and did not allow the Albanian flag to fly. And based on the agreement, it was the German KFOR to provide security. So there was no other force that would be able to erect checkpoints or roadblocks in border areas, especially in areas under German KFOR. In other words, the German KFOR was very strict. You've seen probably in the media that they engaged in confrontation with the Serb forces that opposed to the arrival of German KFOR.
So you cannot help us, or you cannot explain to us what the reasons, assuming that there were such checkpoints, and as I said before, the witness was, in fact, a German K4 soldier. You cannot explain to us what the reasons for these checkpoints were, assuming that there were checkpoints established or set up by the KLA.
Që më i qartë,
To be more clear, I did not see or hear that following the liberation of Kosovo, there were KLA roadblocks, particularly when it was under the competence of the German KFOR, as I mentioned. There were 2 Serbian soldiers who had been killed for refusing to carry out an order issued by German KFOR, and this was in the media.
Thank you. Now I would like to talk about the events at the former MUP building in mid-June 1999. And Madam Court Officer, can we please go into private session for the protection of witnesses?
Your Honors, we are now in public session.
Thank you, and thank you to the prosecutor for reminding me. Now, witness Ferhat Şala has suggested that Kadri Veseli asked him to help set up this intelligence and counterintelligence structure in the autumn of 1998. Now, do you have any reason to dispute such a suggestion?
Ju theksuat
No. You mentioned autumn 98. However, what I stated is 2001, meaning the meeting with Ferhat Şala occurred after the war in 2001.
To the meeting in a moment, but Mr. Ferhat Şala also said that he started performing this task of assisting Mr. Veseli setting up an intelligence and counterintelligence structure in January of 1999. Again, do you have any reason to dispute that claim?
Nuk e di çfarë ka
I do not know what Mr. Ferhat Şala stated. Referring to January 99, I wouldn't know. He may know. I am talking about the meeting I had with Mr. Şala after the war in 2001. I do not know what his powers were with respect to the ZKZ, which was called as such in January 99. So this had nothing to do with SHIK. I do not know how he presented or how he stated this.
Meeting in 2001 with Ferhat Şala. Can you tell us what position or role he was holding at the time?
nuk ma ka thonë gjë.
He did not share this information, and I had no means to know his role.
Can you confirm he was working for Mr. Veseli at the time? Within the organization that Mr. Veseli was heading, SHIK?
Po besoj që
I believe he did, yes.
Referred to a nickname that he used at the time, Palumbi. Now, after the Palumbi unit was folded down, do you know what function Mr. Ferhat Şala went on to perform once he had ceased to be a member or the head of that unit?
nuk e di.
I don't know.
Of him exercising any function other than an intelligent function?
Nuk e di.
I don't know.
Now, if we can go into private session for the protection of a witness, please.
Thank you, Judge Smith. Mr. Whit.
Your Honours, we are now in public session.
Good afternoon, Mr. Witness. In your interview with the SPO in January 2021, this is page 5 of part 4, you were asked, quote, amongst your tasks as a member of the ZKZ, did you also conduct interviews with either civilians or soldiers to find out information that would be relevant to your job? Your answer was, surely yes, of course, yes. Do you remember providing that answer?
Jo nuk e besoj.
I don't believe I did. We were not involved in any interviews with civilians or other officials.
At page 13 of part 4 of your interview, you said, quote, if someone would hang out with a Serb, the intention was to get a passport quickly, to get the document quickly. In terms of find out a collaborator, in intelligence it had to be evidenced, closed quote. Do you remember providing that answer?
Mund ta kem thonë.
I might have said so. I do not recall the details. However, I can give explanations or clarify this. That person, a person who spent time or frequented a simple policeman in order to obtain a document in a faster way, that was not a collaborator. He would be in touch with that policeman only for a personal reason, to get an ID. At that time, an ordinary person in Kosovo had to struggle to survive and provide for their families. And in order to travel to Western countries, one needed a passport. But that doesn't make that person a collaborator of the Serbian regime.
Evidence would you need to have seen in order to make you conclude that a person was a collaborator?
Do të thonë, nëse ka pasur dokument.
If they were in possession of documents proving a recruitment, collaboration, direct involvement with the Serbian police.
To ask you a question which you were asked in that interview, but your answer was not very clear to me, and that is the difference between intelligence and counterintelligence. Could you explain to the court the difference between those two?
Do të thonë, nuk jam marrë me këtë.
I did not deal with this matter. However, the notion of intelligence and counterintelligence would be the Serb informants having infiltrated the KLA ranks or a specific environment. This would have been the main focus of the counterintelligence. So to uncover potential infiltrators within the KLA ranks. This is how I understood it, at least.
What about suspected collaborators within the Albanian civilian population? Would you consider information about that to be intelligence or counterintelligence?
Me informacion kundër zbulimi.
I viewed as counterintelligence, but as I said, I did not have a professional background or education to deal with these matters. I dealt with them by default because it had to be done, not because I was a professional of that field. This is the reason why, from a professional viewpoint, there were many matters which we did not understand or were we able to deal with.
Information suggesting that foresters were passing information to the Serb forces about the location of KLA positions.
No, I did not have or hear of any such information.
Significant risk that within the KLA there were persons passing information to the Serb forces.
It would certainly be a risk if somebody was providing Serbs with information about our organization. This would have been inappropriate and dangerous information.
As an officer who had specific responsibilities in intelligence and counterintelligence to deal with that risk.
As I said, I did not undertake anything because I was not prepared, trained, and I did not deal with this. I dealt exclusively with the Serb forces positioning. I did not deal with individuals that would fall within this category.
ZKZ officers within the Pashtric zone who were addressing the risk of there being collaborators within the ranks of the KLA.
For what I know, it was Javid Bayraktari. However, he was not professionally trained either to deal with these matters.
And what do you mean by that?
I must say that it is difficult to professionally deal with a person who's highly trained and formed by the Serbian services. You wouldn't be of any use if you're not trained to deal with that.
Madam Prosecutor, any follow-up questions to the judge's questions?
Your Honor, just one very short question. When, Mr. Chochai, when Judge Barte asked you questions about checkpoints at the Morina border, you said that it was impossible. I would like to know whether you were at the Morina border crossing between Kosovo and Albania on the 12th or 13th or 14th of June 1999.
I don't recall being there. However, I would have heard from somebody if there had been any roadblocks or something similar.
Did you hear or did you talk to anyone about this issue? Do you remember?
I did not hear.
Thank you. No further questions.
Yes, Your Honours, I would ask to have just one matter clarified before I ask questions, if I do have any, and that's in relation to Judge Metro's questions about Ferit Shala. There were certain suggestions put that he had said certain things, and I wanted to ask what was the basis for that. Is there a particular statement or evidence being referred to? That might well then affect the questions that I have to ask. And I would also then, once I have that information, ask for a short 5-minute break. I'm not going to be very long if I do ask any questions, but there's one issue that I do have to check that may arise from this.
I can assist again. You're in luck today, Mr. Dixon. The ERN you will want to look at is 077937 TRET, and there's various parts, but I'll give you those I have at hand, including part 1, page 21 and following, part 2, page 1 and following, page 9 and following, and page 20. I hope it assists.
Yes, thank you, Honor. It indeed does assist, because I was wanting to understand if that was a statement from him, which I understand this refers to. But that statement, as I understand it, is not in evidence presently. It was disclosed under Rule 103 as an exculpatory material. So I just wanted to know what the basis of using that was when it's not material that's in evidence. Of course, I can nevertheless refer to it, but we need to know what the status of that material is in order to be able to then use it in any questioning.
Well, I think you just said it, Mr. Dixon.
So as I understand it, that's the only basis for the statement that's not in evidence, which is the basis for asking the question.
Yes.
Yes, in light of that, Your Honours, and I will certainly be finished in time to ensure the witness can be released today. I'll leave that to them. Thank you.
We will take a 5-minute break as requested. Witness, you can step out of the courtroom for 5 minutes. We're adjourned for 5 minutes.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. Please bring the witness in.
Your Honor, before
Oh.
that's done, thank you for the time. I was wanting the additional time just to obtain a copy of an oral order that was made by Your Honours on the 5th of June 2024 regarding notice from the judges. If material is going to be used that was disclosed to the defence pursuant to Rule 103. There was an order made by Your Honours saying that we have to get notice as the defence if such material is going to be used. That was done by Judge Metro today with the statement that was disclosed to us from Mr. Sharla. We didn't receive any notice. And that's why I was asking the question about what the basis of it was, because there has been a breach of the court's own order here. And that's why I wanted to raise this to say that those questions that were put and the answers shouldn't be considered by Your Honours. I know you can't strike from the record, but in light of the breach of the order, that should be noted. And that should be on the record as material that cannot be used because of the breach of this order. It's the order of 5 June 2024. I have a copy. I needed the time to obtain it.
A few more questions, witness. Mr. Dixon?
Thank you, Your Honours. So I only have a few questions arising. Thank you for answering those. The first is in relation to a question that was asked by Judge Gaynor, where you mentioned the name of Mr. Bayraktari being in the intelligence sector of the zone. Do you recall that?
Po.
Yes.
To clarify, it's right, isn't it, that Mr. Bayraktari was only in the intelligence sector for a very short time. He joined you at the end of April 1999 and then was subsequently killed in the conflict on the 2nd of May 1999. Is that right?
Është e vërtetë.
That's right.
Short time that he was there, it's right that you didn't have any interaction with him or knew what tasks he was performing.
Jo, nuk kam ditë konkretisht.
That's correct. I did not know his specific tasks.
Tysh për një person që nuk
We are talking about a person who did not have any professional training.
Yes, thank you. I also wanted to ask you some questions about Mr. Kudraku in light of the questions that were posed to you by Judge Metro. It's correct, isn't it, that you spent a substantial amount of time with Mr. Kudraku after you were appointed and worked with him from January of 1999?
e vërtetë.
That's correct.
You didn't share the same office, but it's right, isn't that you attended at his office where he was on a number of occasions?
Ne kemi qenë një trup, domethënë
We were a sole organ or organization, but there weren't that many issues involving the ZKZ that would have led us to spend long hours together in the same office.
But you did discuss with him when you were at his office the work that you were doing on gathering information about Serb positions, isn't that right?
po.
Yes.
He shared information with you about what he had obtained in his position?
Zakonisht për pozicione
With respect to positions, we would usually exchange information we had noted down, both. So if I was in the office, I received information, noted it down, and in order for Mr. Chodorako to do then the same thing when I was not in the office.
Claire, when that information was shared, do you know where it was passed up in the zone structure?
personi konkret ka qenë
The specific person in question was the zone commander. In his absence, there was the deputy commander and the chief of staff of the zone. These were the three key persons, the first one being the zone commander.
Information or the discussions that you were having, that wasn't passed on separately and directly to anyone in the general staff. That's correct, isn't it?
nuk mund ta besoj.
I don't think this could have happened. I don't think anything could have been passed on easily apart from the zone command. We were accountable and reported to the zone commander. Now, I am not in a position to say anything as to how this would have been done from the zone level further.
Yes, in relation to what Commander Drini was doing or reporting on, you're not able to say how that occurred, are you?
That's correct.
But you have no reason to believe, is this right, that Mr. Kadraku was going around the zone commander and separately reporting to the general staff himself?
Nuk ka qenë e mundur.
This was not possible to circumvent the zone commander. He would have needed the permission from the zone commander with a reasoning as to why he would go somewhere else. So the zone commander, the deputy commander, and the chief of staff. This was the hierarchy.
To believe that in practice, Mr. Kadraku was going past the command in the zone directly to the general staff. Is
Objection,
that right?
asked and answer.
Well, I'm asking what happened in
Overruled.
practice.
Go ahead.
Nuk ka pas arsye, nuk e di.
There was no reason. I wouldn't know. I'm not able to give you a specific answer, but he had no reason he wouldn't have done so.
For answering my additional questions. Those are my further questions. Thank you, Your Honours.
Anybody else have questions for this witness?
No, thank you.
No, Your Honour. No, thank you, Your Honour.
Witness, your testimony is now complete. You will be excused now. Your obligation to the court is satisfied. Thank you for being with us, and we wish you well.
From there, I tell you.
Thank you.
Might ask the prosecution what the plans for tomorrow are.
Yes, Your Honor. Based on the information that we currently have, we anticipate that witness WO4264 will be available for testimony tomorrow morning. I also have one more matter. The two associated exhibits, P01836 and P01837, can be marked as public.
Those two exhibits will be reclassified as public. Anything else from anyone?
Yes, Your Honours, I would return, if I may, to the request we made regarding the breach of the oral order. We would ask that that be acknowledged and that those parts of the transcript...
I know you did that. You already did.
And Mr. Dixon, you may want to reread the whole order. We said we will endeavor. You've read the order.
Yes, now I have a copy
had I had prior knowledge of this matter arising from the questioning, including from you, I would have given you that notice. I was not in a position to do that, Mr. Dixon.
Your request does not have to be repeated. You've already made that request. Thank you.
And also the second request would be, the last thing, Your Honours, is in relation to the part that was in private session today, that be dealt with immediately if it concerns Mr. Kudraku, the following witness, who hasn't asked for protective measures, that be dealt with at the beginning of his testimony when he does testify. Yes.
We only need one time.
Yes. I'm just signaling that's a matter that we will want to return to at the beginning of his testimony. Thank you, Your Honours.
Sorry, Mr. President. Yeah, I know, right? Thank you, Mr. President. I wanted to put on the record with respect to tomorrow's witness, WO4264. We obviously don't know